Okay, looks like we are dead. Hello everybody, and welcome to another recreational or non-recreational debugging session without Mr. Zozing. Today I'm supposed to be doing an HTML renderer, and instead I'm debugging malloc, because it's not fucking working. So, for the next 28 minutes, I am going to be debugging an issue that I'm having. After that, I'm going to get started on the HTML renderer, whether I fix it or not. Alright, here's the deal. Also, hello everybody. I started to port my 3D renderer to my port. I was running it on my operating system. I initially started it inside of my operating system, and then because of performance reasons, I moved it to its own standalone program running on Linux native. But of course, it doesn't make much sense to have a software 3D renderer in Linux, and it makes more sense to have it on the system that has no 3D capabilities, you know? So I moved it back and it crashes. And I was debugging why it was crashing. There he goes again. Oh my god. I was debugging why it crashes, and I've narrowed it down to malloc. So if you see me debug before, you know how completely cryptical my logs are. First off, you know how I don't use GDB, and second, you know how my prints are so cryptic. Now you may not understand what's going on, but the 3D renderer allocates. Why do you think I'm covering him? Look at what he's doing. Jester, could you not do that every single time I stream? Motherfucker. He waits all day. He waits all day to lick himself in front of the camera. He is a... No, that's the person who likes to what? What do you call it? An exhibitionist? I guess he's an exhibitionist. Gross. Alright, he's done. So, alright. The 3D renderer allocates two chunk arrays, which are just dynamic arrays, but that allocate memory in chunks instead of each time that you add a new element. And one of them is for integers, for the segments of the triangles that are going to be rendered, and that takes up FC0 hexadecimal bytes in size. The other one is for vertices, which is 3 floats each, so a lot bigger, and it takes up 2F00 in space. And for some reason, they're being allocated at the exact same place, 30 bytes, no, 30 hexadecimal bytes away from each other. 30 hexadecimal is probably 48, I think. 48 bytes away from each other, which is not correct. I've narrowed it down. The issue is the biggest fuck up in all of computing history. Virtual memory. I'm exaggerating a little bit there. The biggest fuck up in all of computing history is JavaScript. But virtual memory is so fucking useless. I hate it so much. Why is it a thing? Why is it a thing? Why do we have it? It's caused me so many issues. It's the cause for like 99% of the crashes that I have on my operating system at the time. If I didn't have virtual memory, I wouldn't have this issue. It's that simple. Essentially what's happening is that my system is allocating different pages, right? Because the first one takes up 2000, which is nearly 3 pages worth of memory for the vertices, and then slightly less than 1 page for the the triangles. But that adds up to about 4 pages. The problem is not in the allocation, but in the mapping to virtual memory. In mapping them to virtual memory, it fucks them up. It essentially doesn't realize that it should go to the next. I'm not entirely sure what's happening yet. I was debugging this a little bit before walking this guy, Mr. Liquor, and still haven't fixed it. So, like I said, until 8, I'm gonna be debugging it. How confusing it is to try and implement a sparse set, but at least enough operations to be useful. What? Did I miss half a message there? I went back to my OS for a while, added scrolling to the console renderer, implemented it badly, has major screen tearing, since it literally just moves all the pixels up by 8 pixels. The way that I do it is just redraw the entire thing. I just keep track of the characters per line, and then it uses a ring buffer, so it doesn't move the memory. It does just move the rendering. Okay. The main issue, the way that I'm seeing it, is that the memory is allocated to a physical place, but then it's also allocated to a virtual place, right? In physical space, it's located probably somewhere at this address, similar to this address anyway. It's higher than this, 4647, something like that. Whereas in virtual memory, it's located at 20,000. And okay, let me see if I can reason about what's going on here. Advancing due to full page from 2.4. Okay. So when it tries to allocate the first array, which is the biggest one, it allocates it at 20,000. Right, that's the virtual address that it uses, that's the virtual address that it uses, and this is the final result that it gets. And then it moves the next address to 2.3, because we used 3 pages for this, so it makes sense. We went from 20 to 23, because we used 3 pages. All right. What is this log? Where is that one coming from? Where is that log coming from? Maybe I should like start logging things properly. Okay, this log is just where it allocated, so we can get rid of it actually. Although it probably will stay because Make is such a stupid system that it doesn't realize I changed one of the dependencies. So it forces me to clean the project and rebuild if I want to have the changes that I made in the dependency show up in the project, but whatever. So this log will probably still remain. Anyway, next allocation, it tries to allocate FC0. However, it finds a full page and the virtual address is increased, which I don't think is correct. There's some major issues with this, to be honest. Yeah, quite a few major issues with this whole system. Okay, so yeah, it tries to allocate, and then it's like, wait, hold on, I don't have enough space in the current page, which is the heap. Probably located at 20,000 still. Oh no, 1E, actually. located at 1e. I don't have enough space here at 1e, so I'm gonna move on to the next place. And the next place ends up being... Well, brother, what the hell do you mean it's 1e? It should have been 2000, and when I started debugging this, it was 2000. I don't know what changed, that apparently it isn't anymore. God, I hate debugging. God, I hate virtual memory. Oh my god. Who the fuck came out? It was IBM, actually, I think. Pretty sure it was IBM. Fuck those people. Come on, man. Pretty sure they also gave the Microsoft contracts that put that company on the map. Overall, a loss for humanity as a whole and for tech in general as well. In particular as well, I mean. Okay, probably I hadn't reloaded a change because now it's at the correct address, 20,030. So yeah, I see what the problem is.
Your title said HTML but it's C.
I said I'm gonna be debugging something for the next 15-ish minutes. Then we're gonna do HTML. Although we're gonna do it in C, so we're not gonna be writing HTML. We're gonna be parsing it. Okay. Virtual memory. Fucking virtual memory. Who? I need to blame someone for this shit. Okay, so instead of debugging, I'm actually just gonna look for someone to blame. As it should be. Alright, give me a name. History. Atlas Computer. Yeah, I know that was the one. Okay, so it wasn't actually IBM. It was the University of Manchester. I made that up, I guess. Give me a name. I need a name. Pollard of Ferranti. Oh, his last name is similar to mine. You know what? Manchester. You're to blame. The entire city. Fuck it. You're to blame for virtual memory. Thumbs down for that one. For the love of God. Sue Manchester? I have a mind to do it. Why Manchester? Because the University of Manchester are the ones who made up virtual memory, and now they're the reason I'm having this fucking bug. If they hadn't done that, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself with a fucking Doom hack. Or anything else. By the way, this bug is, I would say, super common. To the point that I haven't thought about it. The last thing I want to do right now is go into Doom. But Doom crashes, and I'm, let's say, 70% sure it's because of this. But it really speaks to how little I use allocations in my code that I didn't realize this was happening. So, even my games don't use allocation pretty much. They should. I'm gonna move them to use the chunk array type as well, so I need this to work. But, yeah. Okay. Here is the deal. Here is the deal. I don't know how to fix it. I know what the problem is. I don't know how to fix it. I have a half-assed solution. It's not great. But essentially, the VA here, this is the virtual address for the page. And right now, the code is assuming that the virtual address for the next page after the one that we're currently in is it plus page size. So, one ahead. But that's not always the case. So for example, because this one allocated 3 pages, it should be moving forward 3 steps. And I do have this VA mapping that correctly identifies this. But if I use next VA, which is just the next available address, then it will have the opposite problem of what I'm having right now. I think, anyway. Next VA points to the next usable address, so we have to go to the previous one. Except no, that takes me to that last. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Pages are allocated sequentially, right? Is my camera lagging? No. I was just moving my hand really slowly. Okay, by the way. Okay. OBS was lagging a little bit before, but it seems to be fine now. Okay, I have a solution, kind of, a little bit, right? Which is just keep track of here, the next page VA, and it starts out being the page VA plus page size, but this is not fully accurate. And we should use that. Well, only if page VA is set. Sometimes you don't do these kinds of mappings, so you keep it at 0. Okay. When we don't have a next page, we have to create a next page. We map a new page, and then we have to tell the system, hey, this is the one that you're going to be going to. So we tell it next VA, and then we map next VA and we advance it by the page size. This could fix it. Or not. It could blow up the whole thing. Absolutely incredible. Oh, Lord. You know the funniest thing about that? Virtual addressing is only being used for userland processes, which means it has no business crashing during boot. Why the fuck are you crashing during boot, brother? Oh, Okay, because a null pointer access here. Alright. This should fix it. Let me try again. This should fix it. It did. Okay. But it might be a patch. I might have reduced the problem, but not fully eliminated it, but I did not. No, wait, hold on. I did. The problem is in narrowing down the bug, I deleted half the code from the renderer, so it just doesn't do anything anymore. Pretty sure it returns early. Alright, might as well see. How does it run now? I optimized it a tiny little bit. But, you know, I also added a million features to it, so... Yes, it's about right. 12 FPS? Oh, because it's not rendering anything. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, here's the thing. This is a copy of the renderer that I just put inside the operating system. I want it to stay outside of the operating system code, because otherwise the system's just going to become very bloated as I add new things to it. So even if I'm developing apps for it, I want them to be outside of it. Maybe I'll include it as a submodule. I guess we'll see. I don't know. Okay, so I did fix the problem, but I did kind of kick the can down the road a little bit, let's say. Because yes, I do go to the next page correctly now, but only if the next page is being created right now. I don't really have a link to the next page in virtual addressing. So it may still be inaccurate in some cases. I genuinely don't want to think about it right now. But I want to redo the way that memory works in my system, because right now every malloc call calls that function, which is inside the kernel, so it has to have a syscall. And that's just slow. It should be malloc should run in user space, because you can already access all that memory anyway, so it's not like I'm doing it for security reasons that all allocations have to go through the kernel. Malloc should be in user space and only request new pages when necessary, and I might as well just rewrite the whole thing. And then handle virtual memory a little better than that. Okay. Why aren't you rendering though? I'm a little surprised by that. What changed? I removed a new line. Here I just changed this to make string slice. That's about it. Made some build changes. Okay. 1000 FPS! Would you look at that? Oh, wait. 0 FPS. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. It's struggling. Poor thing. And those logs are not helping. I would love to know where the fuck they're coming from when I deleted half of them, but whatever. Alright, so might as well just get rid of all this stuff. This log here. The one that says advancing. And the one that says, huh? In every syscall. That's probably not an amazing one to have right there. Okay, so it works, but Jesus, it struggles. And it doesn't help that make is stupid. That's all I can say about that. It thinks it knows better than me. Alright, 2 trillion FPS. Let's go. Why can I not move? Like at all? Or scroll? Like at all? Is it really running so slow that it's at 0 FPS? I think it is. I think it is. Wow. The worst part is I'm not even doing any allocations anymore, so oof, this is bad. This is real bad. How can it be that slow? I kind of refuse to believe it. Okay, can we try with Suzanne? Zuzi. Her name is Zuzi. Let me try that one. Alright, there's Zuzi. Running at 2 FPS. Alright, not bad, Zuzi. My mouse is... Ugh. Yeah, full screen doesn't work. Alright, it is working. It's just very slow. I did have a resolution thing. And I made it kind of dynamic depending on distance. So if I move far, it's probably going to run fast, but probably need to have a smaller baseline. That would be this. Alright, so let's have a minimum 5. So it rasterizes 1 of every 5 pixels. It's quite a lot more pixelated, but I still can't move it or do anything with it. Okay, well, it's worse than it was before. So that's great. But at least it works. And like I said, actually the entire thing, I'm moving it out of here because it's not really part of the I don't want it to be a part of the operating system's code. I want it to be a part of the operating system, but not of its code. Okay. Change that back. Change that back. And I'm actually going to keep the changes that I made in here. So, all right, we can actually get started. Getting rid of that. Okay. Hold on, you know what? Actually, there. Include that, commit, and push. All right, HTML rendering. I set at 8, it's exactly 8. Okay. Well, been thinking a little bit about HTML rendering, doing HTML rendering, and I was wondering what's the fucking point? Because yeah, HTML is in a lot of places on the web, which is something that I believe Redacted OS shouldn't touch for the first for 2026 most likely, at the very, very least. Because that would be really bad, you know, security wise. So instead, I'm focusing more on local networking. And on local networking, what would you really be using HTML for? Is kind of the question. But of course, since I want to do local networking, I can still use it. It can still be useful. Maybe for Yeah, so just for rendering a UI based on what another machine tells us, even if it is from the local network. Of course, the question that brings me is, why do I have to do HTML? Why can I not do a better format? But, oh well. HTML is the standard for this type of stuff. And I don't necessarily have a problem with HTML. I have a problem with JavaScript. I don't want JavaScript. I already said if I find a script tag, it's over for you. I'm nuking your system. But HTML I don't have a problem with. I guess it's fine. But more so, of course, I would want to experiment with other formats. So I was thinking, can I make this a little bit more general purpose, right? So a simple parser that renders whatever it's told to render. And of course, it's starting to sound a lot like the parser is starting to sound a lot like the compiler's parser. In the architecture of it, of course, it then does completely different things after the parsing process. The difference is I don't think I want to use a token-based parsing. At least I hope not. Hey Gajid, how you doing? But yeah, I would want to make it, let's say, general purpose. I just fixed a bug that I think has been in my operating system for a while. I just hadn't noticed because I genuinely don't do any allocations. So, not bad. Alright, so I'm thinking of trying to make the parser somewhat general purpose, right? I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it. Also, what the fuck is going on with my hair? I feel like that's worse. Okay, it's just... That's better. I never listen to anything when I'm streaming except for the occasional like TTS message every like 20 minutes or so. But every hour, let's not pretend. But it's just for my hair, I just keep them on. Though I have a hair tie right here, but yeah, whatever. Breaking Git compression. Right, how's that going? You're working on a whole ass Git clone already, or not Git clone, Git replacement, or I'm trying so hard not to go on a rant about Git right now. I don't know what it is about operating system developers and ranting, but it just goes hand in hand. We just love that shit. I guess when you work in low level stuff, you tend to be a person that has opinions, capital O. And if you also make content, then you want to express those opinions, capital O. %41 smaller than Git on the Git repo. Parsing raw. We haven't started yet, but yeah. There's nothing wrong with Git overall for a simple workflow, but for example, it's the same as Linux. You have to learn. You have to fucking learn. You can't, it can't just fucking work. You have to learn how it works first. It's so annoying. So I've been using Git for, what, at least 10 years probably. I don't know about that, but probably. But one thing I hadn't used before is submodules. And yet I'm familiar with how Git works. Good enough that I know how to, keep my code in sync even when I work between this computer and my laptop. Even though since I got a new keyboard, I'm on this computer a lot more than my laptop now. But still, I need to keep them, the code bases in sync. I know how to do that. I know how to work with branches, pull requests, I don't do rebase, but I have a theoretical understanding of how it works. But even then, that seems like it was overly complicated. Why does it have to be so fucking complicated? But submodules, why do they have to make it complicated? Why do we have to do it like that? So the shared library in the OS, I've now moved it to its own project, and so now it's integrated in here as a module, a submodule. When I do a git pull on the operating system, it doesn't do a git pull on the library. It doesn't keep them in sync in any way. You have to specify that you want to keep them in sync. Even though, keep in mind, there's new versions of both. As in, the operating system now uses a new version of the submodule, but it doesn't have that new version of the submodule downloaded. You haven't pulled it manually, or you haven't told it to also pull submodules. Why is that a thing? Why do I have a submodule that's pointing to a commit that doesn't exist in my local repo? Could we have maybe designed that a little better? Also, it's happened twice already that I do commits on the library, on the submodule from the OS repository, and then they end up orphaned. Why the fuck do they end up orphaned? I don't fucking know. I have no fucking a clue. And then I have to, find their hash, which is apparently not the hash that it tells me. I need to find another hash for whatever fucking reason, and I need to cherry pick it into the main branch to have it work, because Git is just designed like that. It's just designed to be complicated. And obviously there should be some level of learning a system like this. It's not gonna be like you're just gonna walk in with zero knowledge and be able to do anything. But like, I feel like they've made it intentionally convoluted. Or not intentionally convoluted, but it is convoluted. Even if that's not what they meant to do. It is convoluted, and people tend to follow the same mentality that they follow with Linux when it's convoluted. You just have to learn it. You just have to learn it. Now, we can't make it simpler. You have to learn. You could make it simpler if you tried. You just don't want to try. So instead, millions of people have to learn. Don't worry though, it's the year of the Linux desktop. Yep. Sometimes you learn, or sometimes you take a million steps and put them in one bash script. No. 41% smaller than Git sounds so simple. Did I? You made it sound simple. That's pretty cool. Please, if you do design a Git, again, I can't call it Git clone because Git clone is is an actual command. If you design a Git alternative, don't make it like Git. I would love to have an alternative to Git, but adoption is another issue with that. If I already would have issues getting my project discovered if I moved it out of GitHub, because it's pretty small still, imagine if I moved it out of Git entirely. I do use LazyGit, but LazyGit is just a client to do things. The underlying philosophy of Git is still there. Alright, enough ranting. Like I said, I'm sticking to my theory that if you do low-level development, it's because you are a person that doesn't just that thinks outside of the box, and as such, you are likely to have opinions, which is why all of us go on fucking rants. it's just a universal OS developer thing. SVN, oh god, no. No. SQL queryable? You can query your history? And can you give me an example of that? Because shit, if you don't continue your project, I might. Or, maybe somebody else can. Because I have a million projects. Okay. I said I was gonna debug until 8 and then start the HTML thing, and I did. I finished at 8 o'clock, and it's now 8:12, and I haven't started the HTML thing, but I do gotta look at this. Cache sheet 76. Actually, I have you here. What you get? So let's see an example. Select the path, path, count as times together. Group ID, commit ID, group ID, commit ID, path. More so is like what usage would you give Git? Query. Sometimes I just blank on words. And yeah, that's the thing that I'm saying. Like, even if I used an alternative to Git, even if I made an alternative to Git or used this one or any other, I already have a hard time getting my project like discovered on GitHub. Can you tell I've been playing Age of Mythology? I actually was looking at mods not to download them, but to make one. I've never done something like that, so I would be interested in doing something like that. All right. HTML. Right in it. Damn, did I delete that? Oh, I think I deleted it. Damn. So redinit creates a package.info and resources folder. So it just initializes a project that's then compatible with my whole like packaging system and whatnot. I used to also have a utility that would copy a makefile. It doesn't do any language. This is just a TOML file and a folder. That's it. And you pick the file, and you're supposed to also. It could give you a template for the build system, but honestly, it doesn't do that yet. The thing is, the build system used to have a utility script that would actually copy a makefile into your repository. And that makefile, no, I don't have it at all. Not even the makefile. Can then be used to just run it. Even though that's not the build system that I use most of the times anymore, it is the build system that I would need to run it on React.os, so it would have been useful to have it. Just instead of make? What do you mean? Like as a name, or is there a project called that already? Can I steal it from Doom? I don't have Doom on here. Okay, what about Game of Life? It has a makefile, perfect. We're gonna yoink your makefile and put it inside of HTML. Makefile, thank you for your service, buddy. Can make run, and this actually runs the operating system, and what the fuck did it even copy? Because there's no code. I'm very interested in knowing what the fuck it even tried to do. It has an ELF file. How'd you make an ELF file? There's no code. How'd you do that? $696. So it's probably just a header with no data inside of it, which is why it well, it probably shouldn't crash the entire system, but yeah. Yeah, I've seen Nub. Not really. It seems like it needs too much setup because it's a little bit more general than what I want. I want one that's custom made for me, so I have to write the code once and that's it. So I do have my build system. The problem is it's not set up for compiling to the operating system directly, and most importantly, it's not set up to copy from this folder into the operating system and then run it. I don't want to make that change right now, so I'm just using a makefile in the meantime, which works. Or it would work if I had any code, that is. I'll set up the build system later. I actually want to make it more configurable, so that's... Yesterday I added pointers to my... just as a make alternative. I did not know that. First I'm hearing of that. I'll check it out later. Now that my language has proper pointers, then it is able to be a little bit more configurable. It already was configurable, but because it's just code. But I should be able to make it a little better and make it actually build for cross-platform and whatnot. And if I'm also able to make it header only, that's also going to be a big improvement, because then I can delete the entire repository that it's in, just put it inside the library. Arg char pointer argv print. I went with French last time. What do I go with this time? Let's go with Portuguese. How do you say Portuguese? Is it bom dia? Is it spelled with a M? English to Portuguese from Brazil. What the hell? Yeah. Hello world is Hola mundo. Okay, that's Hola with an accent. I don't know how to do an accent on this keyboard, so sorry, Portuguese people. We're not doing an accent. It still crashes. No, it doesn't. It doesn't get copied. I fucking hate Linux. What can I say? I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Everything is so fucking complicated. Copying something isn't a straightforward thing. Because I copied my executable. Every time I rebuild it, I want it copied. But then I have to be careful because it doesn't always copy. At least I hope that's what's happening, because it could still just be crashing. Though I would find it a little unlikely that would still be crashing, but... 152 kilobytes. 143 kilobytes. So these don't actually match. It copied the executable inside of the executable. God, go fuck yourself. Ugh. Copy the package into fspath. Is that not user package? I'm telling it to cp which, by the way, horrible abbreviation, html.read into this path, html.read. That's the name that you're going to copy it. So why the fuck are you copying it inside of it if it already exists? See what I mean when I say it's not a straightforward operation to do this? Why is it not? I'm also using the wrong GPU. This one's quite slow, but there's our hello world. I need to switch the GPU real quick. I'm actually pretty sure in the renderer makefile I had the same issue and I fixed it. Copy the package to location. And yeah, when you're copying a folder, you don't include the name of the folder when you're copying into. Fuck you. Man. Unix designed a system so convoluted that Linus was like, hell yeah, I love that. Let me make more of that. And now we have the POSIX standard, and yeah. Oh, speaking of which, behind me is a uConsole, which I ordered months ago, this thing. And it finally arrived. It's powered by a Raspberry Pi, so if you know, you know where I'm going with this. Is this the first picture they have? Do they not have any pictures of it not naked? Please? It looks like this. And it's powered by Raspberry Pi, and again, if you know, you know where I'm going with this. Tiny issue with it. I boot it, and it flashes the screen for a second, and then nothing happens. And I looked it up, and some people are having this that were having the same issue. It's because the Raspberry Pi inside of it is trying to boot from its internal SD card instead of the one that's actually on the board of this thing. Because they accidentally got the wrong Raspberry Pi. It doesn't use a normal Raspberry Pi, it uses a Raspberry Pi compute module, which essentially just doesn't have peripherals. But if it has an SD card reader, it tries to boot off of that. It doesn't find it because the SD card is actually put in a different place. And then it fails. The thing is, I don't think that's my case. For the simple reason that I bought it with the Raspberry Pi. So I would find it incredibly moronic that they would send me a Raspberry Pi that is incompatible. I don't think that's the case. I hope not. But it still isn't booting. The issue is it needs some kind of special type of battery. It's 1/8 something, I don't know. Which I didn't realize. Come to think of it, it makes sense that it isn't AA batteries, but from the pictures it just looked like it, so I was like, yeah, okay, fine. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, how can it possibly be powered? Like a whole computer powered by two batteries. Two AA batteries doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it's powered by some other batteries, and rather than, go hunt for them in person, I just ordered them off Amazon. I just got an email that they're on their way. I paid extra for the same day delivery and everything. I'm hoping that the reason it flashes like that is because it doesn't have a battery at all. Because, again, the SD card thing is not the actual problem I'm having. I already checked that everything is connected correctly, and yeah, I'm hoping it's fine. But I also waited. How many months was that? That's 6 months for it to ship. So I'm hoping they don't have to ship me a replacement part, because if they do, I'm fucking screwed. I'll have it in about a year. What do you mean it's not available in your country? Isn't it Germany? I thought it would be available all over Europe. It's shipped from China, though. Even though the company's like, well, yeah, they probably manufacture in China. Yeah, not sure where they're from. Alright, how about we do some HTML? HTML. Here we go. Alright. So, let me start by making a very simple HTML. You know what? Let's not bother with these tags. They're not necessarily going to be needed. Hello P. Now let's do h1 world. They should be there, but like for the very first iteration of this, yeah, I don't want them. Oh, when I clicked on the folder, that didn't put it in. Okay. Can I open in default app? That's probably gonna be Firefox. It's not? Oh, okay. No, the default app for opening HTML is, as a matter of fact, Z. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is what it looks like. Okay, so we can have some very simple file read. Hold on. Include files helpers.h. Another thing that I keep forgetting is I don't have bear. So while this compiles, I can do bear -- make -b, and it creates a compiles.commands JSON, which eventually Clang picks up on, and now I have autocomplete. By the way, my build system can also create that automatically. It feels like a build system should do that, if it's a kind of standard thing. But, alright. That would be resources-index.html. And then I do care about its size. So it will tell me its file size. And then let's just print its value for the first iteration. There's an ad coming up on Twitch, so that's gonna run. I'm just gonna check that everything works. It does. Okay, perfect. Oop. Now, this keyboard has literally changed my life. I use it a lot more now. Whereas before I was always using the mouse, now I'm trying to do everything with the keyboard. Oh my god, I'm becoming one of those. I still see the point of the mouse. I'm sorry, but the mouse is a useful piece of... It's a useful peripheral. But between adding a window manager with basic tiling and whatnot, and getting this new keyboard, I don't want to touch the mouse anymore. I'm just always using the keyboard. I'm becoming one of those very quickly. Okay. How do we do this? How do we do this? We have scanners. I should be able to... My god, Twitch, can you start the ad? You should have finished it by now. There we go. Twitch takes forever to start an ad. It's like, hey, you got an ad coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Actually, wait a little bit longer. Actually, wait a little bit longer. It keeps you waiting for an entire minute, and then it runs the ad. So when it tells you that there's an ad starting in 10 seconds, it's actually a minute and 10 seconds. I'm feeling ranty today. I'm gonna complain a lot. What the hell? It's Monday. It's what it's for. Right, should probably add the library. And what I'm looking for is data format scanner. Data format scanner scanner.h. Okay, and what are we gonna do with a scanner? With the file and the file size. Did I do that right? No, it's not a pointer. It's not a pointer. Okay. The scanner has scan match, scan next, scan to. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna scan to this. Then I want to scan to this. And that returns what? A string slice. So here should be my p tag. If I'm able to log it. All right. Let me stall for a bit and wait for Twitch ads to be over. Move this over here. Actually, I prefer using the Z terminal. So make run. I feel like that didn't work. Yeah, that didn't work. Failed to open. Oh, package.info. But now you're supposed to open. What just happened? Alright, let's see if it actually is scanning. If I go into the one that is installed on the operating system and I find that the package was installed inside of the other package, it was not. Shockingly. But it also doesn't seem to have my changes at all. So what's that about? Same exact size, so it does have the changes. Alright, so there's something else going on. Linux, I swear to God, stop hijacking my keyboard. Process exited with 1. Huh? So it crashes? But there's no crash. Okay, I don't know what's happening here, but it says that the process exited with return code 1. Is it just really something really, really dumb that I'm missing completely? Alright, let's see if the Portuguese hello world helps. Process HTML allocated. Process exited 1. Brother. I do suspect that this address is a little suspicious. It's the same address that the kernel is at, I think. I literally saw the same thing happening in the renderer, and I initially thought that was the reason that it was crashing. So I added this argument to the linker. Why is it not launching? God damn. I can't even get started on this project. It's one thing after the other. Arbitrage? I guess? What in the name of hell is happening? I mean, this was working until like a minute ago, so I expect this to launch. Oh, this works. But then something here is making it crash so badly that even this doesn't work. And I have no idea how that could possibly be the case. How? Don't do this to me. Let me guess, is it this? No, no way this is overriding the, what just happened? No way this is overriding the virtual memory fix. No, it works. What's a job quant? What does that mean? This works as well. Alright, color me intrigued as to what might be happening here. It's gone. Creating this object makes everything just... This works though. What's going on with scanner make? It's literally just creating a variable and returning it. It's literally an inline function. That's a little suspicious. But nah. It should be fine. It should copy the result. Right? So what's happening? It's not even doing any operations. It's literally just creating a scanner. And yet somehow calling this makes something happen so bad that I don't even get a print that happens before it. Not one of these bugs, please. Not one of these bugs. Alright, what if I create the object manually here? With the buffer being the file, the length being the file size, and the position being 0. And if I do that, do you have a problem with that? This works. But doing that inside of this static inline function doesn't work. Is it because of this by any chance? Do I need to do this? I think the compiler gods are not happy with me today. They're not smiling on me favorably. That's not it. Okay. Doing this manually works. But doing it in the function does not. Sure, what the hell? Sure. Yeah, totally. I'm assuming it's because this is being returned, but it's being also deallocated. So if I just go back and I make the code like return scanner with these values, then it might work. Wait, did I actually do it? I don't think I called the function. Yeah, I probably didn't because it wasn't saved. No, it still crashes. Hold on. Meu irmão em Cristo, que porra é essa?
Meu irmão em Cristo.
Irmão,
Que
sorry.
porra é essa?
I added an N there that wasn't supposed to be there. Alright. You come here to learn C. You also learn Portuguese and French. Maybe someday I will use a language that I actually speak, of which there are 3. Meu irmão em Cristo, whatever she said. What the fuck is going on here? Anyway. I gotta move on. It worked. It worked. I scanned the tag. Alright. So that very simple scanning function that I just did there is able to scan the most basic of tags. No attributes, no nothing. No nesting even. And it is kind of hard-coded to the structure of, not even to the structure of the HTML that I wrote, because it can only parse this, pretty much. But it is a good start. Right. That's a good way to start. Okay. Okay, so instead, I'm thinking we make it have a function parse tag that takes the scanner as its argument. Then it does this for us without the addressing here. And if, for example, I just call it twice, actually 4 times, I should be able to parse all the tags. That's obviously not the way it's supposed to be done. I just want to make sure that that logic is sound here. Except it's not. It's not scanning anything, as a matter of fact. It scans once and then it exits. With 0, meaning this. Okay. So today's just a day of weird bugs, then, I guess. Today's the day that I try to do something basic, and I end up doing something. I end up doing nothing because everything just crashes or fails for whatever reason. From malloc failing to an initializer failing to now this failing. What do you mean the position is 33554432? That is such a weird number too. It's not even hexadecimal. And what pray tell may be happening here? Exactly. No, seriously, why did this work and then it stopped working? I am so horrified by what is happening right now. The print that goes before this one isn't showing up. But this one is. This one is not. Why did I choose to become a coder? I could have been yeah, okay. Never mind. What the fuck is happening though? What do you mean that this log is not showing up? But this one and this one that come after are showing up. Is it just malloc again? Did I end up breaking it more than I fixed it? This works. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, something is yucked up. What is happening? Oh, but we got Suzanne over here. Oh boy. Can we just go back to a previous version of the OS that actually like kind of sort of worked? Say this one. So I'm gonna get reset soft. No, I want to check out. Okay. Try to run it on that. Please work. For the love of Jesucristo. What is happening? I can't even get a fucking app to run? But only this one? What is wrong with it? No, what is actually happening to it? I have no idea. This is horrifying. Does this work? Oh shit. Okay, cross. Yeah, you don't use redxlib anymore. You don't use this anymore. You just have to no. Yeah, let's see if this works actually. No rule to make target raylib. Because you're not supposed to make it. Oh, okay. It's this. It's like that. Will I get something working today? Anything at all? It is not a given. Well, besides the fact that I got the name here wrong. What is it called? It's clib shared. Undefined reference to main. This main? Well, what do you mean undefined reference to main? The Wait, why is it being included instead of compiled? Oh Christ, everything is so fucked. Literally nothing is working. Literally not a single thing is working today. I am both horrified and slightly amused, but mostly horrified if I'm completely honest. Because what the fuck am I even doing? I've been sitting here for over an hour and a half and nothing's worked. No, wait, this is the wrong file. And I'm slowly starting to lose it. By slowly, I mean very, very quickly. Wait, I did that wrong. Yeah, just source main, that's it. No need to make mesh. What's the mystical sea cave? Seal cave. What is going on in that video? First off, is the music copyrighted? And second, what is going on there? I see, I see. Exec format error, because what did I do wrong? Oh yeah. Native, please. Don't do this. Okay, well, here it fucking works. So, oh god. Lord in heaven. What is happening in my operating system that it cannot run a simple print? Holy. This is bad. This is really, really bad, actually. Because things just used to work, and now they don't anymore. And I don't know when this happened, or why it happened, or what I can do about it. This works perfectly. Okay, so I guess we're doing this shit in Linux once again, because Redacted OS just doesn't feel like working today. I genuinely, it's been one ridiculous error after the other. At this point, I just think it's Monday. It doesn't want to work. That's it. That's the only reason. That's pretty much what's happening. Okay. Back to writing normal code, as in calling a function 4 times. We do parse all the tags correctly. We realize that one is a closing tag, one is an opening tag. Okay, but we want it to be a little bit smarter than this. So how do we make it a little bit smarter than this? Well, IDK. I want to make it linear first and then like all the hierarchical stuff, because obviously HTML usually doesn't look like this. There tends to be a lot of like, you know, nesting like that. Stuff like this, which we're not going to include. There's also comments which are, they look like this. So I can't even comment stuff out right now because my parser will still detect it. Alright. So instead, let's say I want to parse a tag. I find an opening tag. And I want to do this while no scan EOF. So while there's no end of file, we want to parse tags, which kind of does the same thing that I did just now. P, close P, H1, close H1. Good. But we essentially want to do this thing like that. And maybe we actually want to take away one character, which is the closing character that's also being scanned. So we just reduce the length by 1, and that gives us just open P, close P, open H, close H. Q. All right. And also, in between these two should be the content, which I am right now completely ignoring. That's kind of what we want. The content, not to ignore it, I mean. So, luckily we already have the internals of it. It starts, we just have to create a slice. It starts where open ends. And it ends where close begins. I'm still so horrified by the fact that my system is incapable of even running a simple program right now. Because I genuinely don't understand why. I thought, okay, I definitely like messed it up with the malloc fix that I did, but actually no, it happened since before, so what the hell? Alright, here we have it. Oh, and speaking of which, bringing it back to main, because once I actually look into this, probably after the stream, if I do any commits, they're gonna be orphaned. So we don't want that. Alright, so we are capable of scanning the type of tag that we're opening. And closing. We should check that these are the same. And then the contents of it. Again, no hierarchical tags for the time being. So what do we do? We have to first off check that the opening and closing tag are the same. So that's how we know that we are closing the current tag. And slice, you can actually match two tags. Okay, actually, here's what we're gonna do. If close data, if the character at close data is not a closing character, I am going to print getting ahead of yourself here, buddy, and return. Because again, we can only parse this very simple HTML right now, and that's fine for the time being. Also, that's not even the symbol that we're supposed to look for. This is the symbol that we're supposed to look for. And we're gonna advance it. And then we can just check that open and close are the same with case insensitivity. And if they're not, wrong tag, buddy. I don't know why I'm saying buddy all the time. What's the no belt rule? I reduced the length by 1 more, so that's not right. That's not right. I was supposed to reduce by 2 here. There. Okay. So we checked that it is indeed a P and an H. And then we can render them. All right. So based on what I'm seeing here, it renders each of them in a new line. Which probably won't be super accurate for a really long time, but it's accurate right now, and that's all we care about right now. So how do I actually send the render command? Tell it, hey, render this thing for me real quick. I hadn't thought about this actually. Like I encounter the P and the H, and then I know exactly what I need to do in order to render them. But I guess I have to hold the state somewhere. As that makes sense. I did not even consider to research how this works because I didn't even think about this. Hey Arctic. Let's go to document. We're at enum type. Simple text. Let's call the other one title, subtitle, heading, subheading, which are H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. I don't know what to call them. They have names, but because H1, H2, H3 is what HTML uses, but other document formats use other names for them. Main heading, subheading, subsection heading. Hey, what about if I ask you H5? Oh wait, this is the AI. Ugh, fuck you, Clanker. Keep forgetting that you're there. And yet it's the only one that actually tells me what they are. The Prog Lang DC server? What? Oh my god, I'm just keeping the names that I have right now. I've already wasted so much time on ridiculous bugs to waste any more looking up how these two are supposed to be called. And then actually it's better if I type def this thing. That way I can access it elsewhere. Let's call it doc node type. And then just hold a bunch of these in a static array. Last thing I want right now is dynamic allocation. Okay, so when we get here, we've encountered a certain tag. We've we have the content. What we need to do is we need to interpret the tag, which should return a doc node type, interpret tag based on a string slice, which is going to be the P or the H1 and all that stuff. Which I'm just gonna have to write like this because I don't have switch statements just yet. Slice literal match tag P true. return simple text. It's an H1. Then you return title. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 is a subtitle. 3 is a heading. 4 is a subheading. 5 is a 5. I don't know what it's actually called. And 6 is a 6. And if not, you just return doc none. Doc type none. Then if, hold on. Save this value. By interpreting the tag at open. And if it's equal to doc type none, unknown tag v with open, and return. And if that's not the case, then we should be able to save it in our document. So document doc count plus plus equal to a new document node with type node and content. Okay. So we should have, scanned it, I think. And what we need to do now is render it. So we have to request a draw context into a context that we currently don't have. Request it. Usually it's a good idea to make it a specific size. Oops, it's a bit too big. Then while no should close context, commit the context, destroy the context, begin drawing into the context, and then we're just going to iterate over the documents that we have, well, the nodes that we have in the document, and we are going to render node with document I. The render node obviously doesn't exist yet, so we're gonna have to do that. It's gonna be a void render node. It actually takes a draw context as input, and it also takes a document node as input, which right now it takes neither of, no, it takes one of those things. Now it takes both of those things. Okay. Let me also do a general type, which docgen type is not the best name for it, but Right now we only have one, which is text. So this is the specific type that it is, and this is the general type. And this should return both of those. I kind of can't. For a split second, I considered just hacking it together since doc node type, since enums are integers, just returning an int64, which is 2 integers, and just having the 2 values in there. But let's not do that. Let's instead just have it return a document node and create the node for us. No, that's not a good idea. Let's just use a node info here and return a node info here with this as its value. My God, can you not do the most simple of type inference? Apparently not. Okay. Whereas here we return node info. Oh, can we just return empty? Come on, man. Let me return empty. There. All right, so that makes it a lot easier for me to switch over the node's info general type, which right now there is only one value, text. Otherwise we just don't do anything. When we're rendering text, we have to call fb draw string with the context that we have. The string comes from node. It's not going to be super accurate because it's calling draw string, and draw string uses string, not string slice, which means it's also going to render what comes after it, unless I allocate a string that's null terminated just for this, which I think for the time being I'm going to have to do, but I'm going to create a draw slice function that does this for me. Anyway, content data. You're going to render it at 0. We currently don't have any information of where we're rendering to. Which I'm gonna have to okay, the scale is going to be, hold on, the color first. It's gonna be black. And the scale is going to be determined from int text to scale with a doc node type. So call that with node info type. And we want to switch over the type. And we are going to populate the switch. Thank you very much. Turn 1, turn 6, well, the other number. Why does it indent them like that? That's so weird. That is so ugly. I probably could have made that into an array too, which would have been a little better than that. It's whatever. That is whatever. Okay, and I did say for the time being, we're going to render each node on its own line. So the Y position is going to be advanced by the size that you picked. And also make sure that the text size is not 0, I guess. Might as well do that. Okay. What does that do? Nothing. Am I rendering black on black? I'm rendering black on black. So that's great. I guess for HTML we need to make this white, so we're gonna make it white. Where are you going? It's animated. It wasn't supposed to do that. I forgot that the X position and the Y position need to be reset. Okay, interesting thing. It is rendering both wrongly, but it is rendering both, so that's quite an improvement. We don't have a blink tag yet, so we don't have a scroll tag. Is that a thing? A scroll tag? There is marquee, which I lost mine. It's no longer an OBS. That really sucks. I did have a marquee for the stream for a bit there, but I don't think it was supposed to do that. Okay, so I'm multiplying by the text size, but this is dumb. This is how I'm supposed to do it. Supposed to get the text size, not the text scale. So that is actually right, except they scale so much that H6 or H1 is so much bigger than P. And also the render function takes an entire string, whereas I'm using string slices, which means that it cannot render properly. I should be able to implement a string slice render pretty simply, pretty easily, pretty conveniently, but I don't know. We saw how simple stuff has gone in the past, so I don't know about this. Holy shit, this is the code for rendering a string? Are you serious? Oh, well, okay. Actually, wait, this returns a GPU size. Is it accurate? Pretty sure it's not. Yeah, pretty sure it's not. This, I think, would be more accurate. But it might be very useful to use that. Anyway, we want to draw a string slice. Right, so instead of a const char, we want to pass a string slice s, where these two variables are actually not used at all. This is s length. Let's just call it slice instead. Slice. And include its header. Okay. Slice length. It's no longer this, but slice data I. Char size. Oh, yeah. This actually stays in the function. And that's it. It's implemented. It was that easy. And now fb draw string should call draw slice, which should also be, instead of allocating a whole string just to do this, this makes a ton of sense. And it's actually pretty easy to implement. So fb draw string is now just going to internally call fb draw slice with its same context, same x0, y0, scale, and color, and it will create a string slice based off s dot, hold on. All right, I'm getting a call. I'm pretty sure it's the package, so I'll be right back. Okay, well, as I came back, there's an ad on Twitch, so we're gonna play a cute little game of, now that I have batteries, will this thing that was quite expensive and took 6 months to ship actually work or not? I'm gonna do it live on stream, so I might. That's just gonna be the nail in the coffin of today's misfortunes. Alright, meanwhile, Jester is drinking water. Okay, so the batteries come individually wrapped in plastic. Very nice. Very environmentally friendly. So tightly wrapped that I don't even know how to open it before the ad is over. It's gonna be my new streaming machine, by the way, if it works. I'm gonna stream from that entirely. No longer gonna use a desktop. Why is he so dramatic? How am I supposed to open this thing? Does it not have like a little tearaway thing? Alright, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this battery open before the ad ends on Twitch. So. No, a great job on the packaging on that one. Yeah, I'm just not gonna bother right now. I guess we'll find out. I'll find out after the stream. Or the next ad break, whichever comes first. Okay, we're almost back. Might as well finish writing this. SData and strlen. Oh, it's not SData, it's just S. God. There we go. Okay. Alright, we're back on Twitch. I tried unwrapping some batteries and it didn't go very well. So, back to drawing slices. And is it working? Huh? Oh. Okay. You're supposed to return that value. I haven't implemented it, so I will be surprised if it worked. Alright, let's get to it. SB draw slice with now the content without the data. And there we go, hello world. But on top of that, this gives me a GPU size, which is an unsigned integer size. And I can use that instead of this to determine how much to move by. Again, there are rules for like when you're supposed to put a new line, when you aren't. But right now we're only rendering basic text, so I think we're good. Also, the simple text is like pretty much impossible to read, especially compared to the other things. So I'm going to make it size 3, and there we have it, hello world. It looks about the same as this one, right? Just funnily enough, Dark Reader has actually holy, this is a flashbang. Sorry about that. I guess we'll keep this. Let's do it in dark mode. I don't care. Copy that. Just do dark mode. Hello world. It Looks exactly the same. No difference whatsoever. Looks good to me. Ship it. Alright, I have a new browser, everybody. I forgot that this doesn't actually quit. Okay. What should come next? One does wonder. Should it be the hierarchical thing? Or is there anything else that I can do that's easier than that to begin with? Well, okay, there is one thing. No, there really isn't. But I'm pretty sure all text types have a new line. Yeah. Not entirely sure about that, but I think by default they all add a new line. And right now I can only render them, so I might just not bother with that right now. Okay. So I think it is gonna have to be nesting. What does it look like if I do this? Don't think it's supposed to be done, but because syntax highlighting kind of fails here. So it makes it look like, hey, what the fuck are you doing here? With a div, it would work better. But I don't really have... Oh, it automatically changed it. That's nice. Since I currently don't have support for divs, can't really be bothered with that stuff right now. So... I might as well do this. Alright, so the way that Firefox renders it is text, new line, new line, new line, new line. The way that I render it is probably fails. No? It just skips it. Well, that's a little wrong, because I put this in here for a reason. Oh, no, wait, okay, it is there. It's just that since I initialized Raylib after parsing the file, I don't see it. So let me do that first. Just so my actual logs are after that. Okay, that's great. Should I implement a little bit of backtracking? By just holding the position of the scanner, and if I end up here, I just reset the scanner back to that position, and I call parse tag, and then I don't return. No, that's not fully right. Because I should repeat this logic. Okay, so instead, what I'm going to do is Scan, I'm pretty sure it has a scan peak, probably. Or even match. Yeah, that works. That works for me. If it matches this, then we're closing. If it doesn't, then I want to set it back and make it parse. Ah, this might actually work. If I do it like this, it should be somewhat hierarchical. Yeah, no, it was not. Love that every time that Raylib glitches, it just leaks what's on the other screen. Okay. What is the correct logic behind this? Oh, yeah, I'm just constantly going to the same place. Okay, got it. Nope, that's still not accurate. It ends up stuck at 54, which is like I am blanking. My brain cannot think of what to do next. Or how to do like nesting for this type of stuff. If it doesn't match that character, then wait. Okay, hold on. One last blind try of this bullshit. Yeah, never mind. Being dumb here. Okay. We want to scan to the next tag, right? Simple. Okay, so we were here, and now we're here, actually. If it doesn't match this, then we want to reset back to here, back 1, not 2, 1. Unless scan match actually moves it forward, which I'm not sure about. But maybe I should be using chart scan peak. Okay, so that shouldn't move it forward. Moves it back and parses starting from here, which should parse up to here. At this point, we're here. In which case, we'll want to scan up to this, which will bring us here, and we should do... Nope. Oh my god, my brain is completely fried right now. I cannot think for a second about what I'm supposed to do here. One thing I can do is, no, just scan one tag, right? One tag. Okay. Should be easier to read. All right. 089 0 8. Oh, this 8 is 9 here. Okay, right. Uh-huh. 9. So did peak just advance it, or what happened here exactly? Oh no, 9 8. Okay, I read that wrong. 9, which is actually 10, and then 8, which is actually 9, so it went back here. Why are you recursive? Why are you recursive? My god. Was I using the wrong symbol the whole time? Today's stream has been extremely frustrating. I don't know how to put it. If I hadn't been in a good mood before the stream, I would be miserable right now. Because everything's gone wrong. Jesus, everything's gone so fucking wrong. Okay. We did it. But we did it, I think. Okay. When we're done parsing the tag, we return, and we are now at S position 19, which here is going to be 20. Boom. And we are going to be able to continue scanning our string until we're done. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Of course, that does render what's inside of the tag twice, and it also renders them in the opposite order. It renders them in the opposite order because when we finish this function, which is recursive, we add a new node to the document. Whereas in reality, we should return that node, and that node should be added to a tree. Right. And I forgot what the thing was. Oh yeah. The content of this tag is this entire thing right here, which is not really correct. It's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to, I guess, exclude this part. But I honestly don't know how I'm supposed to do that. That's one thing. The other thing is that this is also valid. And now it breaks again. Wrong tag, buddy. So what can I do about that? Well, turn this into a while loop? Would that work? Genuine question. It works! Shocking. Shocking. What if I put another P inside of this one? This, no, oh god, no. Hello, this, oh god, no. Surprisingly hierarchical. God damn. I'm a good programmer. Okay, but it works. And obviously doesn't work 100% like it should, but I understand why it doesn't work 100% like it should, and therefore I can fix it. I can fix it. I can fix him. I can fix him. Okay. Before doing that, one thing that I am severely missing is escape to close, which Raylib has by default, and I've disabled it, but then I always enable it. But then again, it's my choice, not Raylib's, so it's a good thing. Okay. So, not bad, not bad, not bad. Not bad. Not great. Not bad. What I'm doing, this part would be a great candidate to writing cred, by the way. Maybe this too, even. Although, I could make it a little bit kind of easier to read and more compact at the same time. It's not a very common thing. I'm glad that I can do that. I hate the way that Z does indentation. There should be a tab here. I don't care what Z has to say about this. Okay, about the content of the HTML, that's not gonna be super easy to fix, to be completely honest. Because, well, hold on. Maybe. If I'm using a hierarchical structure, I could actually I was thinking of ending the stream soon, so it's starting to feel a little overkill what I want to do. But if I'm using a hierarchical structure, I should be able to kill two birds with one stone and both put this in the right order and get rid of the duplicates that happen in here, because content is everything inside of the tag, even the hierarchical parts of it. Essentially by making every step of this a child of this tag here. Screw it. We're on. Okay. You don't use a string slice. You use, let's say, a linked list. Yeah, I don't know what else to use. Contents. Parse tag now returns. We don't use this document stuff anymore. Parse tag now returns a document node pointer. So use these pointers. And every time we do this, we also do a string slice between here and here, and we use it to create content inside of that. Although there should still be a string slice content there. So I'm also going to create a simple document node, emit content string slice, which is just going to create us a document node. Return it. And then in its content, put the slice. Maybe before doing this, I should have done the logic for actually taking the different slices of the content. So let me do that one. Should go here. Starts at open data plus open length with size up to s position -1 minus open data plus open length. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna do the same thing here. Okay, new line, you got that right. World, you got that right. Hello this, oh god, no, that's wrong. Oh god, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. Oh god, that's wrong. Yeah, it's all wrong. First off, I forgot to skip the closing bracket of the opening tag. So that's why it has this. And second, how exactly are you scanning this whole thing. That so clearly it's not doing that. I'm just doing the math wrong here. Again, better to think about it this way. We start here. We end here. We want the string position -1 minus this thing. That should have been right. -1 minus, open that up, let's open length. Can you tell me the size of it then? Why have you determined the size to be this long? Oh, it's the whole thing, too. Hello, this, all of this, all of this, all of this, all of this is wrong. And why is it printing all of it? Well, because the number I'm printing is wrong. Scared of programming in C because of memory safety? Don't be, crashes is how you learn. Is it just that? What is happening here? Okay, 9. Yeah, and what is open data then? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, I was reading it wrong. I see. Pause is not what I think it is. Also, yeah, okay. So position is relative already. So I was subtracting the pointer, which is wrong, but I just realized I shouldn't have been using it here anyway. So the best thing to do here is to just keep track of the initial position. By just keeping track of it here. No, here. And then I can do this minus 1, and that should give me 5. That is correct. There. And no. And this should now use the initial position. Well, do we have the scanner data? Oh yeah, buffer plus initial position. With a chart pointer of that. What did I do wrong again? S position minus in position minus 1 is 5. And then it's printing the entire thing again. Why are you printing the entire thing again? Oh wait, it's not. It's not. I didn't realize there was another argument here. I mean, it was, but initial content hello, initial content this. Okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. World new line, no, oh god, this, hello. That's good. The problem is, all of these are shaped exactly the same, which is content first, then another tag with content inside of it, then another tag and contents inside of it. But there is also the possibility there being more. So after we're done parsing a tag, we should hold the position here, I believe. Not there, not there. No, so these prints are a little ridiculous. Hello, ABC. World and new line, that's good. But pretty sure world is not going to be parsed correctly, so A content world. Oh, it was parsed correctly. Oh, it was just empty because there was nothing there. Okay. Great. So, okay, I've correctly identified string slice content. Yeah, you don't do this anymore, actually. This is the content now. And new content. It's gonna be held here. And we are going to emit content. Actually, I don't need to hold them in strings. I don't know why I was doing that. I can just put this here. And that is going to create a child, which we can then put in the current document. like that, and we're going to initialize its contents to cLinkedListCreate, and then here, here, and here, we're going to push the contents of that as its children. Which again, I can just do as node contents. Wait, this is not cred. cLinkedList push front node contents, this thing, this thing. My god, I cannot type. I've been in front of computers my whole life and I haven't learned how to type. And that. And finally, we're going to make this function have a return type again. So now we should have a hierarchical parser. So you don't do this anymore. Instead, you... Oh, I forgot. It's not just hierarchical, it's also side by side. So the same thing we did there. Just create it, give it a list, and push to it. Wait, push front. I've been calling push front the whole time. Instead of push, which is the correct function to call. Okay. Wherever I called push front, I'm going to now call push. Otherwise, they're going to be out of order. And we're no longer going to have a for loop here, and we're also not going to have max nodes or anything like that. And we're just going to render node with the draw context and the root node. And then this function, we're going to have to modify it. If the node has contents, we want to go through them. If the node has content, we want to render it. Oh. We're going to iterate through it, and we want to do render node with the same context with clinked list does it I'm sorry, does this function not have a get? I need to review all these types because Jesus, they're all over the place. What do you mean it doesn't have a getter? Right, the way you're supposed to iterate over it is node contents head. That is going to be a lintless node. Pointer. While n gets assigned to n next. That's how you iterate over them. And then it's n data being passed in here. And if it has content, then we run this, which I think stays the same. If it's text, then you draw it based on the content. Nope. No, that didn't work. I am calling it, yes. It does seem to be rendering. Also another thing, this is a static page, so for the time being, we're only gonna render it once. Yeah, maybe I want to put this in here for. C is such a nice language. I don't understand why people are scared of it. It's always been very nice to me. Right, tiny issue with that. If I do this, this doesn't work at all. So that was a little bit of a waste of time. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 of them. That is correct, because there are 7 nodes in total. And we are rendering 7 nodes in total. Looks like we are. Sure looks like we are. Oh, but their type is probably not right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, the type should be the same as that of the parent. So that should actually be determined at the beginning. Thanks, chosen one. It's nice when the chosen one wishes you good luck. I've needed it today. I don't know how things went so off the rail there for quite a long time. And I'm really pissed off that this is, again, supposed to be running in my system, and it isn't. It's running on Linux because my system was just being stupid today. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, such is life. Let me tell you, it looks exactly the same. Ignore that. It's actually because of the loop. I didn't want to re-render every single time because of those debug logs over there. Over here. Great. Great. Yeah. I'm surprised this actually worked. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so the next question is, can I have divs? What if I put this inside of a div? It doesn't know what a div is for the time being, but it does render it. Okay, that was my question. That was my question. Cool. Alright, so I have another question, which is, can it run unredacted? And I'm scared to ask that question. It says unknown tag, but even then it renders its children, which are known tags, so it's able to render text. Right. So instead of doing this, I'm just gonna do main.c here. That's probably gonna make it a lot easier to ignore build.c, which is the main issue. And the implicit declaration of function fb draw line, because that is not actually available in the system. This is where having a submodule kind of came to bite me in the ass. Wait. The entire time that this wasn't working, I was using this. Oh, wait, no, that's correct. That's correct. But still, no. I said no. I said no. Can you... Why is this not going away? Stop that. Stop. What is it even talking about here? I haven't even booted the damn thing and there's already ridiculous issues. Wow. How do I pull on LazyGit? It's one of those things that I know how to do in the terminal, but not here. No, what do you mean recent repositories? I don't want that. I want you to go to this repo and I want you to pull. Okay. That's good enough for me. Wait. Undefined reference to FP slice. Draw slice. Still? You press P? This is the old version of it. Okay. I guess it must have... They needed to build a library. Fuck off. First off, my package is called demo. It clearly should be called Gorgon. Why is it still called demo, brother? 98 course. Why is it still called demo? You see how I changed the package name. This is why I wanted to make my own build system instead of relying on Make, because doing anything with Make is a chore. The package info is not getting updated because Make
Armagedonium
is
gifted
not
1
updating.
subscriptions.
Euheimer, thank you for the subscription. I have to say I'm a little surprised that you saw how badly everything is going and you were like, hey, I want more of this. But welcome. I guess it's, you know, one man's comedy, tragedy is another man's comedy or whatever. It doesn't even pretend to work. It just quits. It just exits with 6. What is 6? Oh my god. What is happening? This is so dumb. This works perfectly fine. This works perfectly fine. This works perfectly fine. This works perfectly fine. Yeah, totally. Totally works perfectly fine. You just missed it. Yeah. Okay. I just realized now that the reason why test didn't work the first time and I just freaked out, was like, oh my god, the entire system is broken, is because I typed in test instead of test. And /test is not actually a command. So that was on me. Now it did crash when I ran it the second time for whatever reason. That kind of happens in the terminal, so I'm not super concerned about that. But why don't you launch? Oh, I hadn't seen that it was a gift. Sorry about that. Well, thank you, Armagedonium, for the gift subscription. In this case, what happened is you saw me suffering and you were like, someone else wants more of that, which is even more admirable. Thank you, though. Alright, and OBS does not actually tell me who, that it was a gifted subscription for whatever reason. It just tells me that they subscribed. Alright, there's an ad now. But I really want to get this to work, man. What the hell? I suspect. I do have a suspect for this, but I'm not. I mean, no. I don't know what to think. But I'm thinking. I do use GDB, but I hate it. What can I say? I fucking hate that thing. I didn't try to debug it because essentially, it just crashes when I launch it on the operating system. It doesn't even crash. It just doesn't open. It just doesn't open. See, like, there's no crash. And it says process exited with code 6. And if you look at the code, it can only ever exit with 0. So where did you get the 6 from? Now, what I was thinking is, recently I added argc, argv arguments to .red applications like this one, but the OS doesn't have signals, that's the thing. I recently added argc argv arguments, and those go in the stack, so maybe it doesn't today's really not my day. Keep in mind the OS is this, the operating system is this OS folder. It's a custom kernel, it's not Linux or anything like that, so it doesn't have signals. Because I never bother adding those, because why would I add those? Because Linux. Okay, I added argc argv, which goes in the stack, and maybe it is corrupting somehow. Now, the thing is, all other userland applications seem to work, including, this is where it gets weird, the one that didn't work a minute ago, or at the beginning of the stream that I made work, even though it runs at like 3 frames per second, but it runs. So what is it about this one in particular that makes it crash? It makes no sense. And again, it makes it crash so badly that it doesn't even have an error. It just exits with 6, and that's it. I guess I can try GDB. You know what? I do have a dump, an assembly dump of the function. So I should be able to use GDB pretty effectively with this. Yeah, GDB doesn't run inside of QEMU. It actually requires a lot of really dumb setup, but yeah. Can put a breakpoint on this address. Yes. Then continue. Open it. And it doesn't even get into that address. Brother, what the fuck? Okay, I think the reason this happens is that there's literally, it doesn't understand where the main function is. But why? I understand why it doesn't work here because I never specified where the main function is, but please take longer. In the renderer, where exactly am I specifying the main function? You don't have a linker file, right? Oh, you do use a linker file. Oh. Oh, that's how it works there, but not here. Okay. Okay. All right, understood. Down. Can I just add another one here? If Take even longer, please. Why is it so slow today? Is it just realizing that everything's gone wrong, so it has to go even worse? Emain. Okay, should I just add that? The operating system is not Linux. It's a custom kernel. It works! Oh god, it works! The entire time. Okay. It wasn't even like a massive mistake or a massive like screw up happening. Literally, if you don't specify a main function, I guess Linux kind of looks for one, whereas I don't. So my system is just like, what am I supposed to execute here? It tries to execute the first function it finds, which actually happens to be string length. That's why it was returning 6. What was it actually? It must have found 6 bytes somewhere and assumed that that was the size of a string. And it executed this as if it was the main function. That's why it returned 6. Okay, and the entire reason is I hadn't specified a main function, and my system doesn't know what a main function is. And the whole time I was thinking, holy shit, I broke something when I fixed malloc. I fixed malloc and then I broke it even more. No. I literally just hadn't specified a main function. And it worked in the other project that I launched, because that one has a linker file. If you have a linker file, you specify where it starts and what the main function is. So, problem solved. Whereas here, I don't have that. Holy. And my build system, that's the funniest thing. When I switched from make to using my build system, I could have just switched this to target redacted and it would have worked because internally it defines main as the main function. Again, it wasn't even the massive memory corruption bug that I expected it to be. It was literally the dumbest thing. It was just, it looked really bad, but then it wasn't. Alright, I'm happy. My HTML renderer runs in my operating system, which is the entire reason why I made the HTML renderer, because why else would I do that? Besides to get rid of Chromium also, but you know, we're not quite there yet, okay? Oh, and get rid of JavaScript. Oh yeah, I forgot one thing. This is not really... You know what? Speedrun. I'm going to add a new syscall. Void in case of JS break glass. Okay. In case of JS break glass is going to be given this is called 99. It's going to be implemented. Could have made the name a little bit longer, maybe. Oh, I had it copied. What I didn't have copy is the code. So I kind of did that backwards. Right, there we go. Now we have an in case of JS break glass syscall. I have to implement it real quick. Let me implement it off screen real quick. Keep the surprise alive, you know. I'm not used to coding on the screen. It looks so weird. Keep the surprise factor. Okay, almost done. Please bear with me. Okay. Syscall is implemented. Now, I'm gonna go here and where I detect the different kinds of strings. Here it is. If slice lit match tag script case insensitive, then we are actually just going to call the in case of JS break glass. Which I'm sure you will detect. No, of course not. Of course not. Buddy boy. Oh wait, hold on. It's there, but it's not compiled. I was in the process of developing UI toolkit in Zig. Nice. Yeah, Zig looks nice. And it doesn't look as bloated as C++ or Rust. And Rust, holy shit. Yesterday I coded in Rust, it made me sad. Alright. Tiny issue, I don't have any JS in that. The worst JS you could possibly write. I don't know if that's how you actually write it, but who cares? Let's see if it works. It works. It works. I've banned JavaScript from my system. This is the best syscall that I could have ever implemented. I'm very happy that I did. And I'm actually committing that. This is actually going to stay in the system, by the way. You're not allowed to run JavaScript on Redacted OS. Fuck you. If you do that, you're not allowed to. JavaScript belongs in the same place as Microsoft Windows. The trash is actually too nice for them. Maybe the trash compactor on the Death Star. I'll take that one. Blue screen in case of JavaScript. Yes, but it's black. But you can customize the color, so yeah. Okay. I'm so happy that worked. This is a monumental moment. I've actually banned this JavaScript. I've made an executive decision. I'm sticking to it. 100%. I'm not. I don't ever want to see JavaScript in your code, in your HTML. Am I hosting my code? GitHub. You can type this. Okay. And I'm pretty sure this makes my operating system the best one out there, by the way. Even though I thought that it was completely and utterly broken. Yes, I know that it's hosted on GitHub. Is that the only reason you asked? Look, it's a small project, and it's gotten some attention, so I'm not, ready to make an exit, because then nobody will ever find it. Now, I could make a mirror, to be fair, but yeah. No, I've considered Codeberg. I actually lost all the tabs that I had open because Firefox was just like, yeah, fuck you. But I used to have Codeberg open here to check it out. I never did, so maybe that's as much on me as it is on Firefox. Anyway, we're actually committing this code. Okay, so shared is on the main branch, okay, because last time it wasn't on the main branch and I ended up doing orphaned commits. In case of JS code, syscall 99, in case of JS, that's good. Good. Then the OS. Should I just put an F-bomb in here? What's the best message I can put in the panic? Middle finger? Well, that's not a middle finger. That's another thing that looks like a middle finger, but yeah. Get the fuck out of here with your JS, soy boy. No, not great, not great. Needs I'm just gonna put repent, which is what the Jesus version of this operating system should have, but oh well. I haven't used that one in a while, actually. You know what? Yeah, let's keep it simple. Shame on you. Hey, no, commit everything, buddy. There we go. Okay. And then I'm gonna go into the wait. What happened to the? Oh, HTML doesn't actually have a Git repository. I just realized. Here we get ignore. A make file, a build, a red B, and the code, and an index. Wait, I just realized this is not gonna run anymore. For yeah, in case of JS break class, yeah, doesn't work. Because I haven't implemented it for cross-platform, so let's implement that real quick. Syscalls void case of JS. Buddy, I'm less annoyed now that my code actually works, okay? But still, don't piss me off. What's the most extreme thing we can do in Linux? That isn't just quitting the program. Nuke the system? Yeah, but it's not like Linux allows me to do that. Also, you wouldn't really know why it quit. Wanna cry it. Yeah. Just, what's that? Just wanna cry. Easy. Um, I have a lot less control over it because I can't make the system panic like I can make my system panic. Don't think there's a whole lot I can do, to be honest. Sucks. The best I can do is just halt. With a print at least. By the way, there's zero context being given as to why it's actually crashing. So you might not even realize. Absolute coding. Absolute coding. We've eliminated JavaScript from Linux as well. Huh. Take that homophobic crypto scammer guy that created JavaScript. How's your name? Brendan Ike. Take that, buddy. Don't ever fucking do it again, okay? He's gonna do it again, by the way. He's the CEO of Brave now. So good luck if you're using that browser. He was the CEO of Mozilla for 11 days before he got he had to step down because he was homophobic and people didn't like that. He created JavaScript. He was involved with, I believe, a crypto scam or NFTs, which is another type of crypto scam, or AI, which is not crypto, but still a scam. Person who related to a thing is not the reason for the thing being bad. I mean, let me put it this way. Only a homophobe could have created JavaScript. Could have unleashed this plague onto the world. Besides that, yeah, but no. It's the gayest thing I've ever seen now. Nah. JavaScript is the absolute fucking worst. Hey Goldfish, it is a glorious day today. JavaScript is no more. This is what happens if you try to run JavaScript on my browser. Boom. And this is what happens if you try to run JavaScript in my system. Boom. Shame on you. Shame on you. I am still live, surprisingly. I also thought I was gonna crash out and then quit the stream a lot earlier, but no, somehow I made it. And if you don't run JavaScript on it, if you're not stupid like that, then I don't know if this will work because oh, it worked. Okay, it actually renders text, and it renders hierarchical stuff and the different sizes and even divs, even though they didn't do anything. So the stream started off at an absolute fucking low. Even though all the problems that came up are now fixed, I still need to recover. Because what the fuck was that? But we have all that. Let's be misleading. Let's be misleading about this. JS parsing and execution. That's it, you know? What is it? 3.5 hours stream. I created HTML that does text and JavaScript. To be honest, yes, it is hard to render, obviously, especially up to standard 100%. The cool thing about not being Linus Torvalds is that I can just do stuff for fun. And you should have control. Okay, so I was talking about this. Like, I wasn't sure what need for what need I have for JavaScript, because there I don't really want to do web browsing with the system. Considering how unsafe it is. And second, why would you do that? And third, JavaScript. But still, it has networking, and I wanted to do local networking. And so I wanted to be able to... I kind of thought, okay, I can use the HTML to do remote rendering, you know? It's a way of actually rendering a UI on a different computer in the shared operating system environment in the local network. So that means you're very likely to have control over the HTML that gets produced and rendered. And in addition to that, I wanted this also to be just a document renderer in general. So obviously I just put everything in the same project. I just put everything in a project called HTML right now. But when I did the document parsing, I didn't use the names like P, H1, H2, H3. I used the more generic names like simple text, title, subtitle, heading, subheading. The only reason I didn't call it body, which would be maybe more accurate, is that I don't want to confuse it for the HTML body tag. But yeah, the point is I want to have a document render, and then I want to have HTML. So you can do HTML, you can do Markdown, you can do custom formats. Kind of interested in doing that. More than I am in doing some super correct version of HTML. But it's going to be a lot easier without JavaScript, I'll tell you that much. Obviously, we don't have tags yet. Is it called tags? Attributes. Attributes. Yes. We don't have those yet. And we don't have CSS. But it works. It works. And we also don't have a remote image rendering, kind of.
You will probably hate me for this quote, but bear with me this ram. Fifa fo fum, from whose balls did you come from? I saw a movie, MR, Pain, very fun movie, and there is a quote similar to mine, from there he got the inspiration.
I'm sorry that did not get pronounced like you probably expected it to rhyme. Nice. Wait, root gesture ASCII art. Hold up. We might be about to make another commit. Hey, buddy. Hello there. Hello, world. Okay. What just happened? Again, copying and pasting in Linux is, ugh, an exciting fucking experience. Oh. Why is it escaping? Oh, that's not escaping. That is... I need to exit this one as well. No, I did. Okay. Alright, I think that is correct. Does Zed have the separate clipboard registers like Vim? I don't know how Vim does it, to be honest. So, IDK. Oh wait, no, that was not properly escaped. So I gotta go back. Where do I gotta go back to? Cross. That was closed. Oh. Oh wait, it doesn't actually have ASCII art though. I mean, it doesn't actually have JavaScript. No! Ah. I probably also need to do this at the end of every line manually. Shrip, shrip, shrip. Perp, 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 perp. Please work. I need you to work. No! Why does it only render that? What happened? Bloody, don't do this to me. Wait, where does it quit? Oh, remove the spaces. Oh, I see. I need to stop saying I see because that only reminds me of Emilia Perez and I don't want to think about that movie ever again. HTML header? Ah, no. We like to live dangerously. Although we could have one. It's right here, but here it doesn't render properly. I wonder if that just has to do with the panic function. Having a limit. Oh, the doc type? I don't know if we can handle that. Oh yeah, UTF-8. Okay, yeah. These weird characters are not gonna render properly, I think. I don't have support for them. I need to get a font going, to be honest. But hey, it renders here, which frankly is good enough for me. You know what? You don't even deserve the full middle finger. You just deserve like this. If you get JavaScript on my system, you don't even get the full middle finger. You should just get the finger. But you do get it in the console, so damn, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Although, oh, the indentation, yeah, it's whatever. That's fine, actually. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, it looks better. Even though it still doesn't render properly, but yeah. It stops around these characters, which are like weird. 379, yeah, I don't even. I do wonder, however, if it could handle the doc type thing. I gotta be honest, when I do HTML, I never do that stuff, but yeah. Doesn't this kind of make your system vulnerable to the DDoS attack? Yes. So, obviously. It is kind of just a joke. Like, not really. Also, if I want to just quit the system real quick, that's how you do it. Except that panics and keeps it running indefinitely. But yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. Alright, let's see the Linux one now. Boom. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. For the last thing of the stream, let's try. Doc type. Which doesn't have a closing tag, come to think of it. So it might actually not work. No, it did. Oh, comments definitely don't work, I believe. It calls it unknown tag, and it actually breaks this, so it survives. But yeah, it says unknown tag doc type HTML, and it also doesn't have a closing tag. But hey. Though we should probably look at the doc type. Probably read it. A BR and others have no closing. Yeah, what happens if I put a BR? It's not going to do anything, obviously. And also all the texts already have a BR, but... unknown tag. Oh, I didn't consider... Hold on, what does it do when I don't have a closing tag? What behavior did I... Yeah, also I'm going to remove this. It should say wrong tag buddy, but still return. I'm surprised it doesn't. For the doc type, for example. Well, oh, okay, because it returns here at unknown tag. So if I did an open tag that didn't close properly, bye goldfish. Like I open a p tag and I don't close it, Oh, I guess it doesn't work then, does it? No! No, JavaScript is back! No! JavaScript is back! We found a way to bring JavaScript back into the system. Alright. Alright, that's a good sign to quit. That's a good sign to quit while you're ahead, you know? This works, we're good with that. Again, I am still every time Raylib fails to initialize, I am always so surprised by the fact that I just have content from another screen into this one. I understand why, because it essentially just gets whatever is probably a position 0, 0, which is the leftmost, topmost part of the screen, which is on the left. But like, no. Imagine an OS written in Node.js. That's worse than the vibe-coded ones. We're starting to see vibe-coded operating systems, by the way. I'm not talking about Winslop. Also, I didn't know that term, so thank you to whoever said it in the chat earlier. But yeah, we're starting to see those now. I saw a video where they were talking about how it's so impressive that somebody made a vibe-coded OS with just agents. There's a point in which they show like the version number and it's different in different places because it's literally just hard-coded. That kind of like already shows you what is going on. It's all just a front, you know. It's like a movie set. It might look real until you actually look at it, and then it's not real. You know how they build, like, I don't know, building facades and stuff like that? I don't really have the link, and the video was in Italian. So, I don't know if the guy was Italian. I hope, for the sake of my country people, that he wasn't, but yeah. So yeah, they made a vibe-coded OS. Again, it is just a front. Potemkin Village? What is that? Maybe, hold on. Need to learn to Google things off stream first. Oh. Yeah, this is literally what I was referring to. This is literally what a lot of vibe-coded projects are. You look at them and you're like, wow, you actually did it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And like the fact that they show the version number is completely different in different places tells you they're not getting the version number from somewhere. They're just two different hard-coded strings. Which means no cohesion, no nothing. It's not real. But when they mentioned that, they said, oh, you know, it has a few bugs, I guess. It's not perfect. But you know what? It was done in 200,000 lines of code. I need to bring the Brazilian lady back for this one.
Meu irmão em Cristo, o que você quer dizer com 200 mil linhas de código?
Brazilian Portuguese is really beautiful, by the way. Portuguese is fine. But what the fuck do you mean 200,000 lines of code for something that is literally just a UI? $40,000. Nearly 50,000 lines of code. And it runs Doom. It has HTML. Kind of. It has networking. It has audio. What else does it have? It has an entire file system and a virtual file system. It has GPU support for 3 different GPUs. It can do 3D rendering, although quite slow, but it can. Well, I need to test it on the Mac, because that's ARM, so that should be a little faster. And maybe eventually I'll get it running on real hardware again. Come on, I just need to do PCIe configuration. It should be simple. I just cannot be bothered. Like I'm just blocked on that topic. I don't know. It allows you to pick your theme. It has USB in 48,000 lines of code. And they did 200,000 lines of code for a UI of an operating system, which by the way looks like a Mac from the 90s or maybe even 80s. Well, and that's my way of telling you that my job as an operating system developer has been made obsolete, and this will be my last stream ever. Obviously not. Obviously fucking not. I'm going to continue showing vibe coders what real programmers do. A lot of this. A lot of that. I'm not sure why you switched to German, but I saw that video probably like a week ago, and again, it was in Italian, so it would be hard to find. Redlib? Imagine streaming yourself vibe coding an app. Literally half of Twitch. I don't know. The people that I've rated that use AI, they just use it like occasionally, like, oh, you know, I don't know how to do this, that kind of stuff. But I don't know, the streamers with millions of followers that do that shit. Come on. Completely unrelated. The other day I asked on stream if somebody has any information on what the fuck the Primogen did with his AI project. Because when I half listened to what he was explaining his project was, it just sounded like autocomplete with AI. But I couldn't be bothered to pay attention. So if anyone did and knows what I'm talking about and has any information about it, please let me know. Okay, this should not sully my project. You know what, yeah. Because next time we come back to the project, it's gonna be funny. Pull. Yeah. Push. Good. I hate having to do this. 99 thing. Yeah, that. It is frame buffer. I am planning on doing some. Why won't you pull? All right, there we go. Since I am working on like 3D rendering, if I figure out ever how VirtIO sends its graphics to the GPU to do 3D acceleration, I mean GPU acceleration, I might do that, but I don't know how the fuck it does it. And for the Raspberry Pi, I'll have to like send the bytecode myself, so I'll have to figure that out as well. But we're taking time. We're taking our time with that. When did I unmute my laptop? Mostly a Copilot thingy? It sounded like every other AI product out there. But he was like, listen, I'm not super pro AI, but I'm also not against AI. I believe the truth sits in the middle. Why am I speaking like Obama? I have no idea. The truth sits in the middle, which is why I'm telling you about my new AI product. Brother, could you shut the fuck up? Please. Just don't fucking do that. Just say, hey, I made an AI product without saying that. Like, oh, I'm a fence sitter when it comes to AI, but I am profiting off of it. What the fuck are you going on about? And then it sounded to me like any other AI product too. It didn't sound like, because he says like, oh, you know, it's AI, but it's not like full AI. It's a tasteful AI. I'm making that up, but yeah. And then to me, it sounded exactly like any other project, which is why I'm asking, like, if anyone has any information. Maybe I'm wrong, but to me, it sounds like that. I don't know if you want to vibe code, but come on. What are we making? Thank you for the cheer, but we're making a goodbye, kind of. Well, for a bit. Right now we're just chatting. We made an HTML renderer that crashes or panics your system if you have JavaScript in it. The panic ASCII art isn't fully working, but yeah, it just breaks halfway through because it's ASCII, not UTF-8. But yeah, hey, not bad. Sorry, buddy. No JavaScript here. WebAssembly I might allow. No JavaScript. We're building a new web. Screw the old one. It's got JavaScript on it. Terminal. Nothing we can do about it. Only ease its pain. TypeScript? That's just JavaScript with lipstick. I'm not allowing that either. Actually, like, supermarket lipstick. Not even good one. Not like a Chanel type of thing. Not like a cheap supermarket lipstick. Gemini protocol? What does that mean? I'm scared to know what a Gemini protocol is. New internet for minimalists. I don't know why you guys are so pressed by the fact that I don't like JavaScript. It has nothing to do with the guy being homophobic. That is just a cherry on top. JavaScript is just awful in general. For instance, need to get used to the new keyboard. For instance, a 43 megabytes for a static page. .93 megabytes for a static page. One megabyte for this. Mind you, we can now compare. Please don't be more than 1 megabyte. This is gonna be so embarrassing. System monitor is what it's called. Where is it? Where is it? Is the process just not running? Oh, is it Z? Is it within Z? Oh, where's my process? It's called redxlib. Why is it not showing up? Am I being dumb right now? I'm probably being dumb right now. It's probably under the name. Yeah, here it is. 22 megabytes. That is embarrassing. Oh, that's probably Raylib mostly. But oh, and the linked lists are not amazing. The thing about it is that even when you don't have JavaScript, you have JavaScript. Right here. This is probably just always necessary for rendering, but yeah. Was it always 1.43 or did it just go up? Also, I would really love to know why mine is using 22 megabytes. I mean, probably some of that is Raylib, but it sounds excessive. Let me just not do any rendering or any allocations. Yeah, it changed nothing. Okay, so the good news is it's not my renderer that's taking up that much memory. The bad news is Raylib is taking up 22 megs. Last I checked, last I did this exact check, it was 11 megabytes. So I'm a little surprised that it's 22 now. It's the screen. It's just it's literally just a screen. Is it what's the shortcut for system monitor, by the way? There's gotta be one, but I don't know it. Yeah, it's the screen. And probably some other stuff that it is doing, but yeah. I guess that makes sense. The point is, you don't need a megabyte of memory to render something so basic. You don't. You don't. And if I had a way of measuring exactly how much memory this is using, I would love to. But I don't have that. You know what? Let's go. Hold on. I got it. I got you. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know what memory. Keep in mind, because this is not a browser, then the frame buffer into which it renders needs to be there. Probably twice, because I need to render to an image and then put that in the frame buffer. But I can just calculate the total SCZ every time I call Zaluk. Which is here, here, and here. It's still not super accurate because the linked list is probably using some memory as well that I am not keeping track of here. But that's okay. 32. 32 bytes. Yeah, that's about right. Plus whatever the linked list is using, which again, I could probably reduce. Every element has an enormous amount of attributes which has to be stored. I think that's where the whole 1 megabyte thing comes from. And we can actually see it. It's just the point, it's just not optimized. And keep in mind, this is a simple website. Again, it's literally just this. So let me put it this way. A browser from a few years ago, decade, 2 decades, whatever you want, wouldn't have taken up 1 megabyte for this. Also, it's changing. Now I can confirm it. It was a different number before. So sometimes it feels like using more memory, sometimes it feels like using less. What's going on here? Why can I drag? What am I dragging? I was doing nothing. This is a basic website. Okay, Reddit is so awful. This, however, is a Reddit with a picture on it. It's not great. Well, it all has pictures on it. 56 megabytes is lower than I expected it to be. Because, for example, if I look at Chromium, actually tells you how much memory is being used by each tab. I pretty much only have my like YouTube Studio, Twitch, Stream Manager open. The lowest I'm seeing is 300 megabytes. So shit, it seems like Reddit is actually like well optimized for the amount of memory that it's using. I thought it would be worse. This very simple page is using 43 megabytes. What is it using 43 megabytes for? What do you need 33 or 43 megabytes for? I understand that this is like, as I write, it changes. It actually takes a bit, but yeah, it does that. But come on, you don't need 43 megabytes. You could optimize it a little bit. Did I ever check this one, by the way? This is a very static page. 6 megs. Okay. I can guarantee you a browser from a while ago wouldn't have done this. It would have used less memory. And it kind of is a thing that like developers see, oh, our computers are more powerful nowadays. Well, let's throw more bloat at them. Now we can be less efficient. So I don't know. I haven't felt that computers have gotten faster since I remember using them. They have, but you know, they find a way to offset that. And browsers are the main ones that do this. Although to be fair, like um, they do optimize a little bit, like they unload pages. But like yeah, of course, because the pages use a gigabyte each. Obviously, you have to optimize them. You have to like unload them. But that's kind of dumb. Why do you have to do this? Anyway. YouTube has not been interested in this stream today. Everyone's been on Twitch. I don't know what happened. But, okay. I am gonna end the stream here. A solid 5 or 6 rants in this one. A solid 5 or 6 moments in which I wanted to pull out my hair, and all of it was for nothing. But, overall, successful stream. 32 bytes. 32 bytes for a static website with just text, as opposed to a megabyte. And between 500 and 100. Say what you will, but JavaScript was a mistake. It's awful to work with. It's unoptimized as hell. It's slow. It's just the worst. It's just the worst. Even a while ago, I did a stream doing that Strudel website where you can code music. That's really cool. But the way that the syntax is so inconsistent because it's actually just JavaScript pisses me off. So I'm just going back to using a DAW at this point. And then eventually making my own thing, by the way. Okay. That is enough of that. This is the end of the stream. And the next stream is going to be on Friday. I am not going to say yet what I'm going to be working on. Could be compiler, could be operating system, could be more HTML. It's probably going to be, you know, one of those each stream like I did this week. It's fun to vary them like that. And it allows me to, in the end, all these projects actually like kind of interconnect. So that's pretty cool. All right. I'm going to link my Discord, and yeah, next stream is going to be Friday, same time as today, 7:30 p.m. Central European time and 6:30 UK time. And I will see you then.